They have gone to the county,
Only but never come
but
to
never
us.
came to us. That's the only
All right. Good morning. This way. Should help.
Morning.
Is Ryan our AG? Must be Jason then.
Commissioners. Good morning. Time is to open us up with a pulay, please.
Commissioner Turia,
She may be muted.
Commissioner Turia,
Here, here.
and
Sorry.
Chair.
Present.
We have 7 members present. You have a quorum.
Okay, mahalo. Agenda item C4 will be moved to the end of the agenda after the executive session. And at a request, item D7 will be moved to the regular agenda. May I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
We have a
Second.
second? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Is there anyone opposed to approving the amended agenda? Seeing none, the motion carries.
Mr. Chair, I had corrections.
Oh, that wasn't the minutes. That was just the agenda. What do you have in terms of questions for the agenda, Patty? Did you have a comment on the agenda as amended? Hello, Patty, can you hear us?
Okay, wait, can you hear me?
We can now. Yes, we can. Patty?
Oh, boy.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're waiting.
We can hear you, Patty. Did you have a question regarding the amended agenda? Okay, stand by, stand by. I'm just curious to hear what her comments were. And we still have a, do any commissioners other than Patty have any concerns about approving the amended agenda?
Chair, this is David.
Yes, David?
Sorry, I just came on. So how are we amending the agenda? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Okay, no problem, David. Agenda item C4 will be moved to the end of the agenda following executive session. And agenda item D7 will be moved to the regular agenda.
Thank you. I have no objection.
Okay, any other commissioners? Okay, so we will move on with the technical issues, and if she has something significant, then we'll take it up. Approval of the August 18, 2020 regular Hawaiian Homes Commission meeting. Are there any edits to the minutes? Okay, I know this is probably something that's near and dear to Commissioner Teruya. I will.
Thank you.
All right, can you hear us now, Patty?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not a matter of corrections, it's a follow-up on page 3, paragraph 5, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'm asking, are you referring to the minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Yes, go ahead, state your,
Page 5, page 3, paragraph 5. Commissioner Teruya requests that a follow-up be made. If a follow-up can be also be stated. I'm just
are you,
requesting a follow-up towards the minutes that was in.
okay, are you referring to a follow-up on the updates on Maili Village and Uluke Kukui projects?
Correct. That's just a quote. That's just a follow-up that I'm requesting if we could have.
Oh, okay, so no requests, no
No,
request to
minutes are great.
amend the minutes. Okay,
Minutes are great. Thank you.
we will have that for you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, can I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Chair,
Pat?
Chair, I have a couple comments, please.
Okay, go ahead.
So on page 9, under the
Yes.
recommended motion, item 2, B as in boy, there's a typo to the word. I think it's supposed to be reports.
Okay,
And then on the next page,
Oh, yeah, report, yeah.
on the next page in the final paragraph,
Page
uh,
10,
page 10,
paragraph.
sir, it's reporting what Commissioner Ka'apu is talking about, the final paragraph on that page.
Yeah,
The last complete sentence isn't a complete sentence. There may be an expectation that every decision the commission makes, period. So I don't know
Yeah,
if there's
yeah,
something
this
needs
is
to be.
David.
Go ahead,
And
David.
yeah, and so there's maybe an expectation that every decision the commission makes requires beneficiary consultation, which is what should have been in there. Thank you.
Correct. Thank you, Commissioner.
So continuing, Chair, on page 11, the second paragraph that's talking about comments that I made. Um, so I was asked if I had any comments following Commissioner Ka'apu's comments that we just corrected, and it's correct that my statement was I support the motion and understand the need for expediency. The second sentence, he also understands the need for beneficiaries to understand and comment on these projects. I would put the period there.
okay.
So
Uh,
delete, yeah,
And
Yeah.
eliminate the rest?
Yeah, eliminate the rest. And what I was responding to was the immediate, the preceding comments from Commissioner Ka'apu that there may be times that beneficiaries may misunderstand how often they or when they have input into the process. Um, I don't hope to improve that process because I know that's a stated process. That's a stated position that or procedure that the department and the commission have put into place. I think what I was trying to refer to, and I think the reason the chair called on comment was that this particular action was meant to grant
called you for your comment.
authorization to the chair for to negotiate some of these agreements. And from a developer perspective, it's important that the chair have that ability so that they have some certainty that moving forward in the process, they know that they're talking to the decision maker, that it doesn't have to go through further beneficiary consultation. So I don't know if you want to add that comment, but that was the nature of the comment. It was I hope that to improve the process of the chair having that ability to provide that certainty for the developer.
Okay. Leah has taken the sentence
That's all
down.
I have, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you,
Okay.
Russell. And it's timely because later on in the commission meeting tomorrow, we'll have a workshop on the current beneficiary consultation process. I appreciate your.
Yeah, I saw it in the materials.
But I also appreciate your, and that's why I think we seek commissioners with skills, your comment about, there's still the process of sort of doing business at the same time and trying to balance both needs. So I appreciate that. Okay, any other
Thank you.
corrections to the minutes?
So I have a question.
Is it on the minutes? But that's okay, Patty. Go ahead, ask your question. Okay, Patty.
Mr. Chair. So
Yes.
part of his discussion was, is that going to be added into the minutes that you called him prior to the input?
Can you restate that?
He made a statement saying part of the corrections was to add that you called him prior for his input on this discussion. Is that correct? Is that going to be added to the minutes?
That I called upon him?
He made a
During the-
statement earlier, corrections, if you ask your Madam Secretary, is that going to be added that you called him prior to prior for his input towards this discussion? Is that going to be
I-
added to the minutes for the
So
correction?
I think your characterization needs clarification. So I called upon Russell while we had this discussion because he has certain skill set. So it wasn't, I just don't want it to be misrepresented that I called Russell prior to our commission meeting, and the implication is that there was previous discussion. So
Okay,
I will, since the statement was made by Russell,
correct.
I will leave it up to Russell if he feels it important to add another sentence. Russell?
So Chair, no, I'm okay with ending the sentence after the word projects. But I just want to clarify, and perhaps I'll speak to this when we have our workshop tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you, Russell. Okay, Patty, with that, I hope we can get a motion to approve the amended minutes.
So move. I think we had a motion
Second.
on the floor, yeah?
I'm sorry, you faded off the
Oh,
last 4 or 5 words.
I think, was it, we had an earlier motion on the floor? Yeah. So call for the question.
Okay. Is there anyone opposed to the amended minutes?
No. Thank you.
Okay. Hearing none, the motion carries. Commissioners' testimony on agendized items were submitted in writing via the DHHL website. Testimonies received by Friday, 4:30 p.m. deadline were forwarded to commissioners. I believe there were 2 additional testimonies that came in late. You should have received 10 public testimonies by email from Blossom Fatera, Donna Sterling, Holly Kalava, Kai McDonald, Kaleo Cullen, Kekoa Inamoro, Marion Kapuni-ai, Milton Kalai, Biko Wallace, and Princess Lehua Nani. So those are the public testimonies, and you have them. We will go to the consent agenda first, and we'll call Juan Garcia.
Good morning, Commissioners. Having D7 pulled out of the consent agenda, Homestead Services Division has 7 items for your consideration.
So move.
We need a second.
Second,
Who was that seconded?
Mike.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Is there anyone opposed to the motion?
No comment?
Okay.
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Patty.
Thank you. It's a comment. Thank you, Juan, for moving a lot of the transfers. We had several transfers in Nanakuli. And I know that is moving forward. So thank you for your diligently on moving the transfer forward. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Commissioner,
Thank
for that
you.
comment.
Yeah, and the other thing I just wanted to jump in is I wanted to congratulate the DHA staff. I know that you had Employee of the Year. Kudos to Paula Isla and kudos to Lehua Kinalau. I didn't know where to put it in, but I did want to congratulate your staff in making the Employee of the Year and Employee of the Month. So thank you for that time, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Patty. Is there any objections to approving?
Chair
Oh,
David,
go ahead.
one more comment.
Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you. On D4, um, uh, I, my comment is I know that we had discussed some few meetings ago whether or not we should be putting a cap on the amount of mortgages that we consent to. And every month I keep, not every month, but the numbers are getting higher, and we keep seeing mortgages, consenting to mortgages that are well above, $500,000, and understanding that the department is ultimately on the hook for these mortgages. I know that we had discussed perhaps putting a cap, and I'm just wondering if at some point we can get that on the agenda and have a discussion about it. Thank you.
Okay, David, we certainly can continue that discussion, and we'll meet with staff and get back to all the commissioners. We share your concern about the liability that it puts the trust in, and we'll run some numbers and get back to you. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So hearing no further objections, the motion carries. The consent agenda.
Thank you.
You want to do D7 now?
Chair,
Yes.
Chair, this Dennis, I'm sorry I'm a little late, but I am
Yes,
present.
Dennis.
Thank you.
Hi, Dennis.
Hey, Dennis.
Hi, Dennis.
Good
Go
morning.
ahead, Dennis.
Good morning. How are you, Dennis?
Thank you.
Yeah, Dennis. Oh, he just acknowledged. Okay. Did you
Yeah,
just acknowledge that
I'm
you're
here.
joining?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so since we have D7 pool, do you want to have a discussion on D7? Randy, are you on the call?
Yes, Chair, I am. And so I pulled it for discussion because we had added to the agenda a concern raised by Blossom Fitera.
Excuse me,
about-
Randy, sorry, Randy, can you speak closer to the microphone, please?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Better.
Okay, so I wanted to have a discussion about this issue because of added to our J agenda was a concern raised by Blossom Fitera about the lessee who is making this transfer to his son, occupying another dwelling in Kahikinui. And the understanding apparently was that he would be allowed to occupy that dwelling until such time he was able to build a home that he could occupy. And it is the current belief of the person submitting this mana'o on the J agenda that the home is constructed and he is in fact able to occupy the residence. And so the question is, what is the agreement? Because this appears to violate the agreement that the department has established for this lessee. So that's my question. Let me try to pull it up so I can read it in a way that provides me more clarity.
Okay, would it be more helpful if we pull this particular transaction from D7 and have the staff look at your concern, and that way we can move forward with the other transfers that are on the agenda item?
Yeah, that would work.
Okay.
Yeah, number 13.
Okay, so the motion would be to approve item D7 with the withdrawal of number 13 on the list. Is that correct?
Is that Earl Moeller?
Yes,
Yes.
that's correct. Mo Muller.
Yeah, Earl, yeah. Mhm. So we taking it out?
That is the desire to have more discussion on that.
All right.
Okay, so can I have a motion to approve the balance of agenda item D7 with the removal and further discussion by staff on the issues regarding individual number 13, their transfer.
So move.
Second.
Okay, moved in second. Are there any concerns or opposition to the motion? Okay,
None.
seeing none, the motion passes with the withdrawal of number 13. Okay, any questions for Juan before we,
No question.
since I have him up here, why don't we move to D2? You prepared?
Yep.
Okay. Agenda item D2, Juan, you read the.
Commissioners, D2 is to approve the continuance of postponement of mortgage loan payments for all Department of Hawaiian Homelands direct loans and loans assigned to the department for an additional 3 months. As you may recall, in March of this year, the commission approved the postponement of payments for the very same loans for a period of 6 months. So that's 6 months is scheduled to expire at the end of this month. So the extension is for an additional 3 months, commencing October and then ending at the end of the year.
Chair.
Yeah. And then the action also includes the postponement of additional 3 months, if needed, to be delegated to the chairman for consideration/action.
Okay, thank you, Juan. Can I get a motion to consider staff recommendation before we go into discussion?
So move.
David? Need a second?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Helm?
Yeah, the determination of the amount of months that you want to extend, how do you determine that? By what? To extend it longer?
Again, we're basically looking at the atmosphere as a result of the COVID-19. Again, 3 months is the recommendation. I think staff initially looked at an additional 6 months. But in discussing this number of month extension with the chairman, we came to a mutual agreement that it may be best at this point in time to request for a 3-month extension instead of a 6-month extension.
Yeah, so so Juan, so it's really based on the economic forecasts for 2021, correct?
To the best of our ability with regards to that forecast, yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, concerns for staff?
Chair,
Yes, sir.
Mike.
Who's that?
Okay,
Randy or-
so Juan, thank you. I just wanted, for my clarification, back in March when the commission agreed to the 6-month postponement of the payments, we said that anything beyond that would be case by case, but so now we're taking a step to do 3 additional months, and I support that. I've been getting calls from folks concerned that the 6-month period was ending and that they were still out of work. So I do commend the work staff is doing and the department is doing, and I support. That's what I wanted to just share. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Other commissioners? Okay, no, okay. So all those, well, let me just say it this way. Is there anyone opposed to approving the motion? Okay, hearing none, motion carries. Thank you very much, Dean and
Thank you,
Juan.
Commissioners.
Okay, moving to agenda item C1. Morning, Niniao.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Hawaiian Homes Commission, Niniao Kauai High, Special Assistant, Office of the Chairman.
Do I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
The recommended motion is to approve the proposed activities for the July 9th, 2021, July 8th, 2022 centennial celebration of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act of 1920 as amended.
So move.
Second.
Thank you,
Okay,
Hal.
thank you.
Aloha,
Hi,
Chairman.
Danielle.
Aloha, Commissioners. So good to see all of you. I
You
miss
look so
you.
pretty, your earrings. Oh my God,
Oh.
gorgeous. Who
Right on,
cares?
man.
I apologize. I wasn't able to be here last month with the original submission of this submittal, but I just wanted to thank Deputy Gomes for passing along all of your concerns and suggestions. And so I did provide more detail in terms of the video. And the thought behind the creation of the videos had to do with the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm not, in looking at all of the scientific evidence, I am not confident that we will be able to safely gather our precious half-bloods and beneficiaries, and some of whom you also are as seated commissioners living on a homestead. And so the thought behind the video was a way to get, one, information about the commission's story as told by the commission itself in the first 5 years. We did manage to share a lot of that information with the 90th anniversaries of the first 3 Hawaiian homestead communities, Keaukaha, Kalamo'ula, and Ho'olehua. But I think appealing to a broader audience via regular TV and having 10 videos that would tell the story chronologically, beginning with our citizen prince, Jonah Kuhio Kalaniana Ole, would be helpful and provide education and provide the commission with an opportunity to tell its story without other people who don't have access to that same information telling it for you or for us. I don't know if you folks had a chance to read the submittal, to go through the episode chronologies or to talk about the lecture series, but I think that was the reason why we focused so heavily on a medium of communication that would reach the largest amount of beneficiaries as possible.
And if I could just add that the goal now is to seek other partners in producing and helping to fund these activities.
And that's how come the submittal, when I wrote it last month, just was, I wanted to get a pulse check on where conceptually the department was going with the planning of the centennial. I think we're fairly confident that we'd be, the budget part was just to give you an idea of the potential costs, but not, and the department's not seeking money at this point from the commission for the activities.
Okay, any questions for Niniao?
Niniao, can you hear me okay?
Yes, hi Commissioner Awo.
Hi, aloha.
I always see Na'i at Makaha Beach after work.
Oh yeah, that's his hangout. Yeah. Coming to behave.
He's always diving and spearfishing, so
Yeah.
good boy.
Good. Those are good activities. I just have a comment. When I look at the documentary that's being proposed, and I look at all the points that you would like to cover, I think that's a really important endeavor because I think many of us know the print through the act and the intentions of the act, but what we don't really know is the amount of effort that it took during the period in which he lived. And when I look at the bullets here, when I look at the topics she wants to cover in the documentary, it it alerts me to what a miracle it was for him to navigate and negotiate this deal. So I think many of us would benefit from a series that um, explains in greater detail his contribution when he was alive, and as a result, what we continue to benefit from. So that's just manao from me.
Okay, thank you, Randy. Any other commissioners, comments? Is that, Mike? No? Okay. That was a nice shot of your light overhead too.
Yeah,
Okay.
Chair, just a comment. I just like to thank Nini Ao for moving this forward because to me it's a really special celebration for the centennial. I think all of our beneficiaries and as a whole, all of our Native Hawaiians and Hawaiian people should be proud of our prince. And thank you, Nini Ao, for the work that you put in. And we miss you. Come to Molokai and visit if you can, okay? Thank you.
I'm
Thank
staying in
you.
my bubble.
Okay,
Yeah.
we understand. One day you can come over. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Is there anyone opposed to the recommended motion?
Thank you.
Okay, the motion passes. Thank you very much, Liniao.
Thank you.
Mahalo.
Agenda item C2. C2.
Good morning, aloha Chair, Commissioners. We have two submittals, one submittal with two different projects, and I have the project team with me in case you have specific questions. The projects are on Lanai and Kanehili, Oahu. So Kyla, if you would read the submittal, please.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the Commission Board. Requesting the approval for lease awards for Lovey Garinger with the Kanehili subdivision, as well as Na'alehua Mano with the Lanai subdivision. Requesting the motion be approved for the awards of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands residence lot leases to the applicants listed or as stated below for the 99 years, subject to the purchase of the existing improvements on the lot by way of a loan or cash.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So moved.
Commissioner? David.
Second.
Second.
Okay, any questions for staff? No, straightforward. She's glad that you don't have any questions. I can see it in her eyes.
Mahalo, bye.
Aloha, bye.
Aloha. Congratulations.
Seeing no opposition, the motion carries.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, next one, agenda item is C3. Rehua, aloha.
Okay,
Aloha.
C3, aloha.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. Item number C3, that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approve the legislative proposals to be recommended for inclusion in the administration's legislative package for the 2021 regular session.
We have a motion to consider staff recommendation.
So moved.
So moved.
Okay.
So As you'll see, there are 14 legislative proposals of a substantially larger package than we normally introduce. So if it will, if I can ask the commission's indulgence, I'll try to walk through each one. So legislative proposal 1 is the independent legal counsel bill. This isn't new to the commission. We've approved this proposal in the past, so I'm hopeful that commission will continue to support this. I just wanted to alert you that the Senate did pass a version of this bill. We weren't able to get it through the House. So we'll see if any change in committee leadership may help with this bill next year. That being said, there have been different versions of the bill. For example, allowing the commission or the department to have independent counsel. It's important to point out that the statute already provides that the department includes any department, board, commission, agency, bureau, or officer of the state. And what's also important is if you look at number 7 on that bill, it's the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, not the Board of Trustees of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. So to be consistent, it really is appropriate that it's the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. Some of the issues that may come up in session is whether or not we still have the ability to use the Attorney General's services. That provision has been stricken, as well as who's going to be responsible for paying these costs. But that'll be ongoing discussions at the legislature. So the bill as it reads now would allow us, the department, which includes the commission, to retain independent legal counsel to continue to utilize the services of the AG where appropriate, where the interests align, and also that the state would be responsible for paying for these costs. So that's how the bill reads currently. If there's no questions, I'm going to move to the second proposal, which talks about representation on the Commission on Water and Resource Management. Again, this bill has been approved by the commission in the past. Again, both bills, the prior bill and this bill, we haven't been able to include it in the administration's package, so other legislators have introduced this bill. This bill, similarly to the earlier bill, did pass out of the Senate. We haven't been successful in getting it through the House, and so we'll continue to work if any committee changes for next legislative session. Just to note, the Department of Land and Natural Resources submitted comments on this bill that all commission members, the Commission on Water Resource Management, have constitutional and statutory responsibilities to protect and preserve the rights of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. And this responsibility doesn't rest on a single member. That being said, the position of the commission so far has been to continue to advocate for inclusion of the chairperson or his designee. Just to note that the Director of Health or the Director's designee for the Department of Health serves an ex officio voting member on the Commission on Water Resource Management. So the thinking is similarly that provision should be allowed for the chairperson of the Hawaiian Homes Commission. Moving on to the next bill, these bills to follow are new proposals for consideration. First is to add the chairperson to the Board of Agriculture. So just to note, currently on the Board of Agriculture, the chairperson of the Board of Land and Natural Resources, the director of DBED, the dean of UHCTAR are all designated representatives that serve on the Board of Ag. So similarly, we're just asking to expand to include the chairperson or the chairperson's designee. Next, for the Ag Development Corporation Board, again, the director of DBED, chairperson of the Board of Ag, and the chairperson of BLNR or their designated representatives all serve on ADC boards. So similarly, we are asking that the chairperson of the Hawaiian Homes Commission also, or his designee, serve on the ADC board. So those are sort of the board and commission and legal counsel type of bills. So next we'll move to sort of the development bills, if you will. First, proposal number 5 is to have an exemption from the school impact fees bill. Now, I think there's a lot that we can do to try and encourage this legislation to separate us apart, given that the department often considers the need for schools or similar facilities on or near our lands. but it does have an impact. The fee ranges depending on where you're located. It can range anywhere from $2,000 per unit to over $5,000 per unit. So it does impact the cost that that the development would have, and that gets passed on to a potential lessee. So there is that request for being exempt from school impact fees. Next is to have us exempt from the general excise tax bill, again, because we're dealing with affordable housing and we're trying to make these developments as affordable as possible. We want to also explore the option of being exempt from needing to pay general excise taxes for housing development on Hawaiian homelands. Next bill, number 7, has to do with cesspool upgrade or conversion. As you folks know, there is a goal that the state is moving towards to try and upgrade cesspools. And given the number that we have on Hawaiian homelands, one of the issues is financing to do this. So the proposal is to have a low interest loan program to offer financial assistance to upgrade or convert cesspools. Some of the testimony that has come in from others on this measure, just so you're aware, is that there may be some concern about the administrative burden of this bill in terms of setting up the financing program. But that being said, we just still thought it would be a good proposal to put forward, given the goal of eventually upgrading or converting cesspools. Next 2 bills has to do with water, and it has to do with first, proposal number 8 has to do with having better representation at the county boards of water supply to ensure representation of the interests of beneficiaries, and needing to move towards, it's one thing to have a water reservation, but how do we convert that water reservation to actual wet water? So that's what that bill is aiming to address. Proposal number 9 has to deal with water rights. And as you know, the Native Hawaiian Rehabilitation Fund, actually also the Office of Hawaiian Affairs and the Department of Land and Natural Resources all benefit from funding through water leases. And so this is trying to set an upset price and to try and get to where revenue can be generated to support these programs. So that's proposal number 9. Proposal number 10 has to do with infrastructure maintenance. You folks all well know that the cost of infrastructure and maintaining infrastructure has been a cost that the department has had to bear. That being said, this attempts to try and have the counties be responsible for maintenance, and infrastructure is defined in that bill to include the from sidewalk, from curb to curb, basically, to try and address all of the, whether it's road repairs, whether it's tree removal, sidewalks, and those type of issues are all included, as well as sewer and other infrastructure related expenses. So that's number 10. Number 11 is the bill that would allow for an expansion of licenses for medical marijuana on Hawaiian homelands. And it has it divided by area. The thinking behind that is we try to focus on distributing it across each county, but also where we had substantial amount of land. So you'll see that Hawaii Island, actually the proposal has for 3 areas, 1 in East Hawaii, 1 in West Hawaii, and 1 in North Hawaii as well. So that expansion would allow, again, for the Hawaiian homelands to possibly look at if there's ways to generate more revenue through medical cannabis dispensary program. We also have an industrial hemp bill, somewhat similar to the medical cannabis, but again, to allow for expanding the industrial hemp pilot program on Hawaiian homelands. And basically the hope behind both is to provide more economic opportunities for our beneficiaries. And then these last 2 were not on last month's agenda, but basically what they're attempting to do, number 13, is attempting to have the department assume some of the responsibilities for historic preservation instead of requiring that the department go through SHPD in the state of Hawaii when it comes to any development on Hawaiian homelands. And then lastly, the expedited agency hearing bill. The concept behind this was the concern where there would be the possibility of an expedited agency hearing when there's any criminal activity that threatens the health and safety of the community or any drug-related criminal activity, to allow those issues to be processed in a quicker manner is what that proposal is aimed towards. So those are the 14 proposals that we have. Keep in mind that as we move through whatever the commission's decision is, we then go and take it to the governor and we'll see what he includes. And then we start having conversations with the affected agencies. So we start talking to the Department of Ag, Department of Health, the counties, and that there may be possibilities where we're making adjustments based on that kind of input. Just know that the expedited agency hearing bill, the way it's drafted now, it amends Chapter 91. So that affects every agency throughout the state of Hawaii that has a board or commission that wants to do these expedited. So we'd have to talk to some of those agencies as well. So just know that sometimes those conversations impact what the final version of it looks like, but that's, at least you have an idea of what we're trying to accomplish with each legislative proposal.
Okay, questions for Lehua?
Yes, I do. I do.
Go ahead, Patty.
Hi, Lehua.
Hi,
I
Commissioner.
have a question that the Hawaiian Homes Commission nomination process, it didn't go through. It's considered a study yet, and who's studying it?
So it was considered. So all the proposals that come in, we take to administration. And one of the issues with this is, I think there's a lot more we need to understand. The Hawaiian Homes Commission is not like other agencies. It was originally under federal law, and then at the time of statehood, then that responsibility came to the state. We just want to make sure we understand what are the implications if we make any changes in that regard.
Okay, so administration is studying it. Is that what it assumed?
For right now, if we can entertain the possibility, probably not in terms of legislation, but if it might be more appropriate for, say, the Kahuliao, the law school, to look at some of those issues, maybe more appropriate rather than through the legislature per se.
Okay, and just another one, the establishment on expedition on expedite agency hearing, is that a House bill that you're going to propose for that? And I guess the reason is that we have so many illegal activities going on right now with drug homes on DHHL, with all of these that you stated in your submittal. So is that something that we have to wait for a hearing in order to move forward to react on these homes that do illegal activity on DHHL land?
Let me answer that. No, it doesn't. It doesn't cause us to wait. It just makes it more efficient and more effective with the new tools.
Okay. Hello. Oh, okay. So with an amendment on that, can you add onto this, like illegal vehicles, abandoned vehicles? I'm just kind of thinking out of the box because this has been such an ongoing problem on DHHL property. Just a suggestion.
Okay, well, we can take a look at that. The language isn't completed yet.
Yeah, so we'll definitely take a look at it. Just to let you know where we got this from is we modeled this off of Hawaii Public Housing Authority, their administrative rules in order to come up with this language. So illegal vehicles and abandoned vehicles wasn't part of that review, but we can definitely take a look at it.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Any further questions?
Yes, I just want to make thank you so much. You've done a great job. in pulling some of these proposals together. So now if we agree on these, you're just going to go ahead and go through them and try to get some feedback on them
So
before.
if the commission approves all of these, what happens, the next step is I need to submit this to the governor. I actually, because this is public already, I received the request from the governor's office for an advanced version. Since it was posted on our website, I sent him the link, so they're already aware of the proposals that we're looking at. And then depending on the vote by the commission, then I forward that all to the attorney generals to look at. Actually, our AG, our council looked at 12 of the 14 bills already. But there's a separate attorney general that looks specifically at legislative proposals. So there'll be AG review, there'll be budget and finance review. They'll be looking at if there's any fiscal impact, which obviously like the general excise tax or the school impact fees may. So they'll be looking at those kind of issues, so we'll be having conversations with the other agencies too, because if we can address the concerns from the agencies ahead of time, then when we go into session, we're that much further along. So that's going to be the next step.
Yeah, that's very okay. So I support all of those proposals. I think it's a great way to look for more support. The legislative process itself will probably pare it down. But thank you very much, Lehua, for doing.
Thank you, Pauline. Russell?
So,
Oh. I think he had his hand up. Russell?
Yeah, Chair, thanks. I have a question on the 29 proposals that were listed. On the one that talks about, it's on the second page of your submittal, the ADU homes limited to immediate family. And then under the result, proposed rules for SDUs, that's dhhl.
Yes, so Hokule will be, I think it's on the agenda that Hokule will be doing a presentation for supplemental dwelling units. So that should cover that issue, that we don't need to do legislation.
Okay, and then two down from there, children of those who have died on the wait list, etc. The result is the Kuhio lease option. Can you share what that is? I'm not familiar.
Yeah, sorry, Commissioner. This issue has come up in the past internally. We haven't taken any position on it. But what this would possibly do is allow for a lease for applicants on the wait list. So they would have the ability to designate a successor who meets those requirements of lessees. Because now the way the act reads now is you need to be 50% in order to be on the wait list. And so, but for lessees, you can have a spouse, child, or grandchild, brother or sister who's 25%. So the idea behind it was to create some equity, but there are some issues related to it. It's not quite there in terms of what it needs in order to implement, but it has been a conversation that has been in discussion for quite some time. I didn't know if you want to elaborate.
And certainly,
I don't need the elaboration, but that is called the Kuhio lease. That's what the department's calling that.
That's what we've been, because it's different from undivided interest lease as I understand it, because that one was tied to a particular area where the department was going to award lots. This was like a lease that would be given to people who are on the wait list. So again, if they pass away, they can designate a successor who's less than 50% was the concept behind it.
Got it. Okay, and then I wanted to move to the proposal regarding historic preservation reviews. So having gone through that process on other projects or on a few projects, are we taking the kuleana of both SHPD and the burial council? Is that what the bill proposes to do?
the historic preservation approval of projects as they impact properties eligible for historic preservation is one that we believe that we could take on with the help of some contracting. The burial council issue is one where I think we will continue to, is something that we certainly can do, and we've been doing in conjunction with SHPD right now. Our lands are sort of federal and state at the same time. So oftentimes burial issues, when the department deals with them, burial issues or artifacts, funerary objects that are related to burials are processed under NAGPRA. And because we have this sort of federal history to us. So it is definitely something that we would be able to do, and I think it's in its best interest of moving forward our development projects to do so. So that's why it's listed.
Was it intended, or was the genesis for this action because the burial council process wasn't happening quick enough or efficient enough, or was it some desire on beneficiaries in the department to take over the Kuleana because the sense was we can do a better job of it?
It's less less addressed to burial issues because we've been able to work through them fairly quickly. It's more addressed at the approvals of our development processes going forward.
Okay.
So a good example would be in upcountry Maui, where we have sort of programmatic documents that have been approved via SHPD many years ago, but now with our vacant lot offerings and with sort of county changes in Maui that would require all of the vacant lot awardees to then do additional work is something that we don't believe is reasonable, because the archaeology has been done already. And so bringing it in-house would allow us to make those determinations and help beneficiaries get on the land sooner without necessarily impacting any historic sites.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That was it for me. Thank you, Chair.
I think, go ahead. Zach?
No, I don't have any comment. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? I see David moving forward. No?
Yes. Just to follow up, I'm not sure I understand. So on number 13, the historic preservation reviews, you're saying that an archaeological survey was completed some time ago, so that sites have already been identified, or recommendations have been made as far as preservation is concerned, or what are we saying? Because I'm not sure that we are in a better position to complete that work as opposed to SHPD. I know SHPD has been excruciatingly slow in processing applications, but I'm just wondering if that's the best fit for the department.
Okay, so David, in the case of Waiahuli, in order to obtain our subdivision approval, we had archaeological inventory surveys as well as sort of historical record surveys done. So Maui County approved the subdivision. When we went to a offering of vacant lots, because Maui County had a new archaeologist, there was a request from the archaeologist for all of the folks who became awardees for them to do an additional archaeological inventory survey, which we felt was duplicative. So we work something out where we have, thanks to Stuart, where we have the ability to remind them of the studies that have been gone forward, and it's attached to the individual requests from the department by Maui County through the historic preservation. And so these are moving. It's just that for some families on Maui, it's added another 3 to 6 months to their building process. So we just felt that, you know, because we have the data in place already, and of course, if there was something that was discovered, if there was a burial that was discovered, work would stop and the department would undergo a proper sort of remediation. So it just seeks to increase efficiencies, as I see it, with our processes going forward.
Thank you. So there is a process in place that if a discovery, not necessarily a burial, but let's say artifact or a structure that was under the ground, if somebody is grading, there's a structure in place for it so that the beneficiaries know what to do if there's that finding, or what's in place.
Currently, through the SHPT process, there is a stop work going to consultation process. We would adopt something similar to that.
So who on our staff is qualified to do that right now?
Nobody right now, but what we'll do is we'll seek to hire that expertise either through establishment of a position or through hiring outside archaeologists.
So you know, I don't have an objection necessarily if we have those things in place. And I'm assuming that if this passes the ledge that we will have to put it in place. But it just seems like it's a little thin on details. So that's my concern. I'm also concerned with proposal 11 relating to medical cannabis. I know that this was suggested by a lessee as a way to make additional money. But it's still, cannabis has still not been accepted by the federal government and it's not approved. And so you have the problem of, even if you sell to a clinic, you're not able to deposit the money in a bank, for example. And again, this is, I understand why someone would propose this, but I'm going to oppose it because I think it creates more problems for the department and the beneficiaries than it's worth at this point. And then you still need to have some sort of an agreement with the people that are selling it. I know on this island, they grow their own. So there's all of this testing procedure that has to go on because it's grown in a kind of a sterile environment. So I don't know what the possibility of success is on this, but I'm just letting you know I'm going to oppose it. Thank you.
Okay. Other commissioners, do you have the same concerns as David?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Nevis. I think I have the same concern. You know, you got a federal trust, you got federal laws. Now we're going to allow marijuana dispensary on federal trust property. I think it gets a little muddy. I've already got neighbors going to their backyard. I sure don't need a dispensary down the street as well. But I'm a little concerned about it, yes. Yeah.
They may have, let me just, so they may have a medical card, so Dennis, we
Yes,
can
he
check on
does.
that if need be. Okay.
Except for all of his friends that visit.
Okay, Patty. Okay, I just want to get a feel because if there's enough opposition to this, then we may have to approve an amendment to remove it. So,
Okay, Chair.
yes, Commissioner Helm.
Okay, you know, there's two proposals here, the medical cannabis and the industrial hemp.
Correct.
For me, the industrial hemp would be more beneficial for the beneficiaries for, uh, for some type of economic opportunity. But medical cannabis, I would not want to see uh, done on Hawaiian homelands, even even if they're doing it now illegally. But I think more so they're doing it here on Molokai right now on the industrial hemp. What that does is they provide this particular hemp for oil production, not to smoke or for drug medical use, but it's more oil production. And I'm in favor of that. I'm not in favor of the other one that for the dispensary. I think we have enough already in the state, and I don't want to see having that on Hawaiian homelands. That's my opinion. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Helm. Just other commissioners, jump in, please.
Chair, I would like to weigh.
Randy?
Yes, so I would not support any kind of activity that's not currently viewed as legal by the federal government. I think it just would create too many problems for the trust, and just to keep it simple for me, as long as there's a legal conflict with the federal government on these types of activities, I would not support the legislative proposal.
Okay, thank you, Randy. Other commissioners?
Chair.
Yes, Mike.
Yeah. So I have some other questions, but since we're talking about medical cannabis, I hear everyone's concerns, about not being legal federally. The state is continuing to do it, and I think that the concerns can be looked at. So I wouldn't 100% be opposed today, but I may be convinced at a later date after learning more about how this process would be proposed. That's what I would share on this medical cannabis. You got a question?
Well, okay. You want to?
I want to ask Lehua a question.
Go ahead.
So I wanted to just better understand the process on these 14 proposals, just the general process, Lehua. And by the way, thank you. So I guess the first question, these 14 proposals or whatever we end up with, is this plan to be submitted for the next legislative session?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thanks. And I'm curious as to the process is, do we as a department can submit the bills, or do we have champions in the House or the Senate that we work with to actually submit the bills?
So it goes to the governor's office first, and the Department of Attorney General and the Budget and Finance committees review it. So it's possible, like in past years, Independent Legal Counsel and Commission on Water Resource Management were not part of the governor's administration package. However, other legislators did introduce it. What happens is, because our package is public, if you will, through this process, whenever I get requests, because sometimes it's frowned upon by the administration that we're floating our proposals outside of the administration, but because our process is headed by a commission, I use the packet that's available for public review to send out and to have other legislators, and if any of them have an interest in wanting to introduce a measure, by all means, they can, if they so choose for their own. That being said, though, if this body is not inclined to support medical marijuana, as an example, obviously that would be reflected in the minutes, and that would be reflected if that's the final package. For example, if it's 13 bills instead of 11, instead of 14. So those all factor and weigh in. We've been working much more with ICRO as well. And so with Cedric's assistance, his intention too is to share publicly what has been approved. So we went out and we asked, and now it's what was the decision of the commission, and then we'll see what the legislature actually moves forward in terms of proposals and what we have for our next session.
Okay, thank you. And so, in terms of timing, for us to have all of our proposed bills prepared to submit, what time frame are we looking at? I guess session is supposed to start in the middle of January or so.
So the governor sets deadlines by agency. Technically, we're already past our deadline, but I always communicate with the governor's office that I have to go through this process of getting commission approval first. So it's due this month, and that's why he did ask for a preview of what the commission was considering. As soon as we're done, these proposals, whatever the outcome is, will get shipped off to the governor's team as well as the attorney general's to start doing what is called like the legal reviews that'll be done on these proposals. So that's why we're so far ahead, is because this is a deadline through the administration's process, even though it's not till January. That being said, though, the bills don't get introduced to January. So if you need additional time, we could approve whatever the commission feels comfortable, and then we can always take up another proposal at a later date if that's what you're recommending.
Okay. Can you unmute? Mike, can you unmute, please?
Okay, how's that? Yes, thank you, Lehu. I don't have any recommendation per se, but I just wanted to understand the process a little bit better. And but I do want to speak to proposal number 14. This is something I think that is very important statewide. You know, the expediting agency hearing. I think even beyond that, beyond establishing a method for expediting a hearing, we need to look at how we can expedite implementing action to address whatever the outcome, especially if there's criminal activity.
Oh, yes.
Because you know, more and more you can hear from everyone, different locations in the state, you know, the cars, the illegal cars, occupation in certain areas that folks shouldn't be in certain areas. They just move in there. This is something that I think is should be a high priority. And I would like to see what the write-up for proposal number 14 ends up before we submit, or when we submit, either way.
Is it attached?
Yeah, so the proposal is attached, but I get your point is after more review in case it's amended in any way. So yeah, we can definitely do a future follow-up if that would be helpful. But we would need the approval now if at whatever the commission's comfortable with, because I gotta move that process forward with the governor's office.
Right. Yeah, and in the legislative process, there'll be opportunity to amend bills, etc. So we'll watch it closely. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
So regarding just to Mike's point, I am curious. Well, first, I appreciate any kind of effort to expedite any kind of hearing pertinent to the health and safety of our beneficiaries. I'm just curious, what is going to be the thought process? Because from my experience as a commissioner, our inability to expedite a hearing is more systemic. It's largely the result of not having adequate staff. Um, we have an enforcement team or investigative team that's very small, given the scope of responsibilities that they have to cover. We have an AG staff that's also under-resourced. And, and so I'm just wondering if this bill would lead toward remedying the existing problems that currently afflict us. Because if it's just a bill that says we're committed to expediting hearings, but nothing changes in terms of what's required in the machinery, we're just back to where we began.
Okay, I will respond to that, Randy. It's not just that. And in fact, I think to have a proper conversation to answer your question, I will ask that we have a discussion in exec session to go over some of the issues that really need to be fixed. And I think then it would become clearer for commissioners what could be achieved. Okay?
Okay. Well, I'm not opposed to the bill. I think it's a good one. And as all of the commissioners know, we have criminal activity that affects our neighborhoods in ways that are becoming scary, for lack of a better term.
Mm-hmm.
And even I'm reading J4, I think it was from a resident in Nanafuli, and I'm looking at this
Mm-hmm.
description of what this poor family is going through. Um, that's an example of, I hope one day we can respond to these concerns. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Randy. I hope you bring it up in exec session, that one.
I will.
I will too.
Going
Sure.
back to, go ahead, David.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, also in executive session, I guess it would tie in that Commissioner Clay Keeney and I had an opportunity to visit King's Landing. And so part of what, and then we had an opportunity to meet with Skippy Iowane over via Zoom. And so part of what Skippy wanted to bring up was expediting some of these actions in order to address illegal activity, people that don't belong there. And so I will save that, but I agree that we should discuss it in executive session.
Okay. That can be part of, I think, the offshoot of that discussion that Randy requested earlier.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to go back and see if I can get a few more comments from the other commissioners. Pauline, Russell, about the marijuana dispensaries. I'm just trying to get a feel if we move forward or we don't on that one. Is that you, Pauline?
I actually support the medical cannabis bill. I believe that once we introduce it, it'll go through more vetting, and the legal part, if we can't really do it, it'll be taken care of. I support it.
Okay. Thank you, Pauline. Russell?
Thank you, Chair. I would support the medical cannabis bill, but when I saw it in the list of bills, I thought perhaps as a tactical approach, we were putting both that and the industrial hemp bill forward because we would then be willing to give up on one to get the other. Because I don't think there's any chance, personally, that the medical marijuana goes through. I think it's dead on arrival. But maybe there was some tactical reason we were putting it forth.
Okay, that certainly wasn't our intent. Our intent was to move both of them forward, but this is part of the deliberative process, so I appreciate
I
the
disagree. I think we should move them forward.
Okay.
Patty?
I will not support having that go through marijuana dispensary. I would oppose that on that. I'm sorry, I can't support that. We have so many other illegal activities going on our homelands that we can't even handle. There's no way that I would support that. Maybe in the East Hawaii commissioner would take that, but I will not support that. I would like I would like that taken out. That one taken out. I'm sorry, I will not support that. The other bill that I would like to look at, and I'm glad Mr. Awol put that establish an expedite agency hearing. Everything you said, Mr. Awol, thank you very much. I read through the Nanakuli J agenda beneficiary. It's painful to read that. Thank you. The other consideration that I'd like to look at is if we're ready to discuss the DHHL to assume review of historic properties of burials. I think Mr. Commissioner Kaapu brought up a lot of mana'o and kind of woke me up on the concerns that he brought up. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. According to my informal tally, seems like there's 5 votes against the marijuana dispensary, and 4 votes in support. So, Commissioners, are you prepared to approve the motion with
Out.
an amendment?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I guess the amendment would basically be to remove legislative proposal number 11. And
Yeah.
so we would go with 13 legislative proposals for this upcoming session.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Kaapu, you're the proponent of the amended version. Do we get a second?
So move.
Okay. Anyone opposed to amending this agenda item to remove number 11? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, seeing none, the motion carries. Do I have approval for the original motion as amended? Or the
Correct.
amended motion?
Second.
What?
Okay, we already had the motion, so
We
thank
already
you.
had the
Anyone,
motion.
is anyone opposed? The amended process or the amended motion? No. Hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you very, very much, Lehua. I'm going to ask for a 10-minute break at this time. You guys okay with that? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mhm.
Chair, can I ask a quick question? Sorry, you
Yes.
banged your
Go
hammer,
ahead.
but on that first motion to amend to remove the medical marijuana, are you counting those 4 votes that were pro that bill as against that?
That is correct. So the amended version, or the amendment would include the 5 who expressed concerns and opposed it, and then the 4 who were willing to go forward and have the discussion. So
Who was
that's the
the
amendment. To remove
Muted.
number 11.
who was to remove?
Russell, you're muted.
What?
Yeah, and I can't hear.
I can't hear her either.
Commissioner Kaapu moved and Commissioner Nevis seconded the amended motion to remove number 11. And that motion passed. And then we went to the main motion, which was made by Commissioner Nevis, seconded by Commissioner Kalekini. And there was no opposition, so that motion passed unanimously.
But on the amendment, what was the vote? Unanimous.
Yes.
Okay.
Vote was 5-4 as expressed during the conversation.
You want to vote, sir?
I'm sorry. We didn't vote like that. There was no vote.
Okay, so there were 5 folks that expressed concern, actually expressed opposition
Opposition.
to the original motion. If
Who
you
was?
want, we can go through a roll call vote again, if that would please the commission.
You
Let's
can.
do
Yeah,
a roll
yes,
call.
it would. Yeah.
Okay, so we can make it clear for the record.
Okay.
Vote on the amended motion, which was
Remove number 11.
to remove
from the
number
legislative
11. Will you call the roll, please?
Thank you.
Commissioner Wall. Commissioner Wall.
Randy,
Muted.
Muted.
you're muted, Randy.
Aye.
Commissioner Helm.
Aye.
Commissioner Kapu.
Aye.
Commissioner Kalekini.
No.
Commissioner Kaupu.
Aye.
Commissioner Namuo.
What are we voting on?
You're voting to remove number 11 from the legislative proposals packet.
Oh my God.
Aye.
Oh,
Aye. Was that an aye?
she changed now. Huh?
Okay, so you're changing your mind. I just want to make that correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay, you're entitled to.
Yeah.
Commissioner
Yeah.
Nevis.
Aye.
Commissioner Teruya.
I. I.
Chair Isla.
1, 2,
Opposed.
3, 4, 5, 6,
Opposed.
7.
Okay. So the 7 ayes, 2 noes, motion carried for the amendment to remove number 11 from the legislative proposals package.
Okay, everybody good? We're on
Yeah,
a 10
thank you,
minute.
Chair.
Thank you,
Okay.
Chair.
10-minute break, right?
Oh, so no, sorry, don't run away, David. That was the amendment. So we got to revote on the main motion.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, roll call.
Commissioner Wall.
Oh, I'm sorry. What are we doing? I'm sorry.
Main motion as amended. So number 11 is removed.
Oh, aye. Sorry.
Commissioner Helm.
Aye.
Commissioner Kapu.
What is Randy doing?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry. I was distracted.
Commissioner
Aye.
Kalekini.
Aye.
Commissioner Kaupu.
Aye.
Commissioner Namuo.
Aye.
Commissioner Nevis.
Aye.
Commissioner Teruya. Commissioner Teruya.
I.
Chair Isla.
Opposed.
Aye, 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 aye.
8 ayes, 1 no, motion passes.
Okay, 10-minute
Oh.
break.
So
Thank you.
Mike
Okay.
changed his mind again. Oh my
I didn't drink last night either. Wait, this is not on. Huh?
It is.
I think it's.
Did you have the drink you said?
I have to be on my toes.
Okay, looks like we have 3, maybe 4 commissioners. Okay, aloha commissioners. We're back in session and we're on agenda item E1, Echo 1. And I have Stuart Matsunaga, acting administrator.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. Stuart Matsunaga, Acting Administrator for Land Development Division. Okay, item E1, the motion is recommend that the Hawaiian Homes Commission delegate authority to the chairman to negotiate and execute a project lands agreement, promissory note, and other associated financing documents required of Ikaiko Hana /A0597 Kona Limited Partner, which is a developer for Hawaiian Homelands rental housing in the villages of La'iopua.
Can I get a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So moved.
Dennis, second.
Second.
Okay, proceed.
Aloha, Commissioners. Last month's meeting, developer came and made a presentation on the status of the project. This project is basically a rent with option to purchase project in which tenants would have the option to purchase the home that they've been renting after the 15-year affordable rental compliance period. Right now, we're in the midst of completing the project lands agreement, which is a 65-year agreement to maintain affordability in a project. But after the 15-year compliance period and the sales of the houses to the Native Hawaiian tenants, then incrementally the project land agreement would be terminated by each lot as they are sold and then leased to the tenants who'll be receiving a 99-year homestead lease. So we expect that after the sales period in year 16 through 18, that basically this project will be completed and that the project land agreement will then be terminated. If there are remaining sales, then the project would either continue to rent, would then be offered to the next applicant for sale, or the department could purchase the home. So we have a number of exit strategies for this. And basically, we want to really just get all of these houses into the hands of the tenants and then convert them over to homestead leases. We also provided developer with $5 million. The commission approved that last year. And this will be handled as a very affordable loan to the developer, and then based on the sales proceeds, then DHHL will be reimbursed that amount with a very small interest on that. So we would be made whole again on this on the $5 million that came from trust funds. So we are asking Commission to delegate authority to the chair to execute these documents. The other associated documents are, there's a couple of consent to mortgage, and at this time the chair is already authorized to execute consent to mortgages.
Any questions for Stuart?
Yeah. Yes, Chair.
Yep.
Yeah. Hi, Stuart. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioner.
Yeah, as far as this rental agreement, when they first received this homes, they are fully aware of that after 15 years, they will have to purchase the home, correct?
That is correct. So in the rental agreement, they're also provided with that it's basically like a first right of refusal, an option to purchase the home after 15 years if they are financially qualified. So they will need to, like any other mortgage, qualify for financing. Their credit debts will be evaluated. And so what we are hoping, and this is part of the agreement, where the developer will run the tenants through financial literacy, counseling. There'll be a lot of checks throughout the 15-year to ensure that the tenants will be able to purchase. At Kapuleho Lima Lima, about 3 years ago, I think we had all of the tenants qualified to purchase, and so that's what we're shooting for in this project.
So Stuart, how many homes is there in this development? How many homes?
Okay, so the first phase of this development is 60 houses. The total project is 163 lots that are involved in Village 5 at Layopua, and then Village 4 at Layopua Akau subdivision.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for the questions.
Yeah, thank you.
Stuart, this is Dennis. I just had a couple questions. So during this 15-year period, is the developer responsible for all the roads and infrastructure, or are those normally going to be turned over to the county? How does that work?
My understanding is that while we have final subdivision approval, the county will start maintenance of the roads after the homes are turned over. So until that time, the developer is responsible if there should be any issues with the roadways. But the roadways are recently completed. They're in good condition. We had final walkthrough with the county. Also all the utilities, sewer, water, electrical system. There are certain areas where DHHL will be responsible for the street lighting system and repairs to that. And that's what we do in other subdivisions also.
So tentatively, we've built it to the county specs, so it's acceptable now.
That is correct.
To the county. Now, if the county changes specs between now and 15 years, would that be our responsibility, or the the um, the corporation. Did you catch that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think I got that. So because we have final subdivision approval, I don't believe that specs would change. It may change for something that we are about to construct, and we are moving to construction in La'iopua Village for the Hema subdivision.
And one other question, I don't know if you can answer this, but when people sign up for these rental programs, obviously, are they taken off the list?
No, the tenants are not taken off the list, so they would still be eligible for other offerings, and that's kind of the beauty of this, because of course a 15-year period for affordable rentals is still something that you can't predict the future, and should another opportunity arise that they may qualify for, then they would be eligible.
Right. Then once at the end of the 15 years, once they purchase, then they'll be removed from the list.
That is correct. Yes, they'll be issued a 99-year homestead lease with all of its benefits and obligations.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, David.
Thanks, Stuart. I'm looking forward to this project moving forward. But what is the anticipated conversion value at the end of 15 years? I know Holima was quite affordable, for people to be able to purchase the balance.
Okay. This particular project is about maybe almost 20 years removed from Holima, and so financing is a little bit different. So it's basically intended to target the affordability of the applicants as they enter the project. So they're entering at 60%. So the houses going to be sold to someone who can achieve that 60% EMI level. So it's a little bit different from Kapolei Ho'olimalima. And so part of what DHHL is working with developer on is to include within the rental agreement a statement regarding equity sharing or retention at the time of the sale.
So we don't know what that value is going to be, or how much they're going to have to pay for the house.
Let's see. I think if I can get back to you on that. I believe the developer might be on, but maybe it's more appropriate if we follow up with you on that question to all the commissioners. Right now, Paula Ayla in CAD and we're working together with the developer to schedule out the orientation and the dissemination of information to for the project offering. And so that will provide some, it's kind of like a guesstimate, but it at least provide a rough sale price. And so we're working together on that to get that, and you'll be apprised of that for that information.
Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioners? Okay, seeing no further questions. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All those Is there anyone opposed to the motion? Okay, seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you, Stuart.
Okay, mahalo, commissioners.
Thank you, Stuart.
Okay, going on to agenda item F1. And just a reminder, commission members will be breaking for exec session at around noon today. So we'll try to get as many of these done as we can, and then at an appropriate time break.
Aloha and good afternoon, or good morning still. Commissioner Kahana Albino, Acting Land Management Administrator. Item number F1, LMD is seeking approval to issuance of right of entry permit to Waimea Hawaiian Homesteaders Association Incorporated out on Waimea, Hawaii Island, TMK number 64001059 portion.
Okay, do we have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So moved.
David?
Second.
Dennis? Okay, thank you.
Again, this right of entry, LMD is seeking that the Hawaiian Homes Commission authorize the issuance of a right of entry permit covering the subject areas identified and described, more specifically in the attached maps A1 and A2 below for community food prep and distribution during COVID-19 pandemic period and farmers market purposes only. Approval and issuance of this right of entry shall be subject to the conditions as noted in your submittal.
Questions for Kahana?
Yeah,
David?
Kahana, this is David. I note that the submittal has just the community food prep and distribution within the Kuhio Holly grounds and hall facilities, and that the farmers market is on the lawn area only. And I know only from attending every week is that since the two are kind of combined, they have, whoever the farmers are, have been selling from the underneath the covered area, and then in conjunction with the volunteers that hand out the food as people drive through. And so I just wanted to make sure that that could continue to happen under this right of entry, because there's a significant amount of traffic that drives through, so that, you know, to separate the farmers market onto the lawn area, and then the distribution of food under the cover, I think would create a safety issue in having people trying to cross over. And so I was hoping that once the department decides that they're going to rent Kuhio Holly for parties or anything, at that point, then the Waimea Hawaiian Homesteaders Association would move back to the lawn. So that's the only clarification I wanted to see.
Correct. I had spoken to Mike about this, and he said that at the time that this pandemic ends, he would be willing to go back to just the lawn area for the farmers market. But until such time, they'd be using both farmers market and the hall area.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, seeing none, is there anyone objecting to approval of this motion? Okay, the motion carries. F2?
Item number F2, LMD is seeking that the Hawaiian Homes Commission authorize the issuance of a right of entry permit covering subject areas identified and described more specifically in attached maps A1 and A2 below for temporary garden and agricultural purposes only. Again, this is for Kukulu, Kumuhana o Anahola, out in Anahola, Hawaii.
Do I have a motion to approve, a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
David.
Again, staff has been in conversation with Ms. Ku'ule Punua Johnson, who had requested a temporary use of the former Anahola farmers lot farm lot, farmer's market site. I know at the Aggie site, she had terminated her right of entry for her use of that property. Now this new Kukulu o Kumuhana is seeking to take over their spot and start planting some of their stuff.
Any questions, comments?
Yeah, I just have a question. How long is the right of entry for?
The right of entry is typically for annually renewable.
Annual renewal, okay.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Any further questions, comments for Kahana? Is there anyone objecting to approving the motion as stated? Okay, seeing none, the motion carries, and I'm going to ask Kahana to just yield the chair real briefly. We're going to go to agenda item H1.
Okay.
Thank you, Kahana, and thank you, Kaipo. Rodney?
Item number H1. It is recommended that the commission approve the transfer of the entire receipts deposited in the Hawaiian Home Receipts Fund as of September 30th, 2020 to the Hawaiian Home General Loan Fund.
Okay, I have a motion to consider staff recommendation.
So moved.
Second.
Dennis Randy. Okay, questions for Rodney? Regarding the transfer process?
No.
Okay, seeing no questions, anyone opposed to approving the motion as stated? Okay, seeing none, let the record show the motion is passed. Thank you, Rodney. Okay, you guys ready to come back?
Okay, back to item number F3. LMD seeking approval and authorization for an additional rent relief and deferment period to DCI Paradise LLC Hilton Garden Inn, general lease numbers S3831, S3840, and S4647, located in Wailua, Kauai Island.
You have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So move.
Randy.
Second.
I have a second. Helm. Okay, questions for Kahana?
We also have, I don't know if they're available on there. We have some of the representative from DCI Paradise who's who should be on the line shortly. If you guys got any questions regarding their request for deferment, additional deferment of their rent. Cindy, you there? Hello.
Hello?
Hello, Cindy. Patricia?
Cindy is supposed to be. Yeah, it's Patricia. Cindy is also on as well.
Okay. We're at the commission table, and if you guys want to do a short introduction and presentation of your request, commission is aware of the motion on the table.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Patricia Mode. We are requesting an additional deferment of rent payments for our 3 general leases. We own the Hilton Garden Inn, Wailua Bay. And as you guys know, it's been a pretty rough year for hotel owners and for the travel industry in the state of Hawaii. So we've hit a few snags and definitely huge challenges this past year since March. We've included a letter with our request packet, and some of the main points of it is that we have a loss in revenue that equates to $7.4 million through the end of July. And with the shutdown and the continued stay-at-home orders, it's just going to increase drastically until the end of the year. We have a drop from 94% in occupancy to 11% for the third and fourth quarters, which is also increasing due to continued cancellations. We have no new reservations for the next 120 days, based on the current outlook. And I think the worst part of it is 90% of our workforce has been laid off, and we can no longer continue to pay benefits, including healthcare. And so the profit impact is reflecting a loss in excess of $1.9 million for the year of 2020. And our ownership cash reserves have basically been completely depleted, and we have nothing left in cash reserves for that. So the whole point of it, we are asking just for some assistance and deferral for our ground lease payments for an additional 12 months.
Okay. Commissioners, questions for Patty? David, do you have your hand up?
I do, but I think Commissioner Kaupu's hand was raised first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yield to Commissioner Kaupu.
So, Chair, my only comment would be that I think 12 months is too long a period for the deferral. We just talked about on the mortgage side, on the residences, to extend 3 months. I would suggest that would be a much more appropriate time period. And then we can see where we are with COVID and the visitor market at the end of that period.
Okay. Thank you. David?
I would agree. The other thing that I did not see in this submittal is I didn't see any of the financials submitted by DCI. And I certainly think that if we're deferring rent for one of our tenants, that at the least that is due diligence that we should do, because we have the obligation. Our obligation is to the trust. Our obligation is not to the tenant. So I would like to see. I'd like to see the financials that would substantiate the request. But in any case, I would support a 3-month deferral, subject to receiving those financials. Thanks.
Okay. Other commissioners?
Yeah, Chair, I would agree. I think 3 months would be better than 6 months.
This is Commissioner Nua. I totally support Commissioners Kaupu and Kapu.
Thank you, Pauline. Mike, you had your hand up?
Yes, I also support deferment. It does state in number 1 not to exceed 12 months, and that does seem more than what we've been in line with, like, for example, the mortgage relief agreements. I was wondering, would there be, besides what Commissioner Kaapu mentioned about the financials, which would be helpful because then we may see that 3 months is not enough, but would there be other metrics with regards to, I guess we'd have to wait till COVID's over and when people are allowed back in. I'm not sure what happens. The governor's talking about opening up travel in October 15th. And so, but Patricia mentioned that there's no reservations for quite a bit of time. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay, and I understand that. So I see a lot of requests for financials, which is something we can definitely, I think, produce. And I think Cindy Bolton, who is the VP of Asset Management for the actual hotel itself, she has been trying to get unmuted for a while. I don't know if it's possible to unmute her at all. I think she's on here with her cell phone number. If anyone can take a look at that, she's texting me to see if she can be unmuted. But I can ask Cindy for that, and I believe we will be able to produce financial statements to give you guys to see how we've been doing. And I mean that's totally fine. You can see just a lack of occupancy in hotel. The metrics that we use is we have reports, star reports based, and it's your comp set. So your competitive set within that, the group that you're in, the area that you're in, the type of hotels that you own. And it's not a secret that hotels across the board are just doing very poorly. And I appreciate the extension or a deferral for an additional 3 months. Greatly. We appreciate any sort of assistance you are able to provide. And will 3 months do it? That's hard to say, yeah, because like you said, the governor has, he has his orders, and it's been a little segmented in the way he's been announcing it. So, we get excited, we get bookings, and then we just see in one day, I think the drastic losses in one day was a few $1 million, just in cancellations in one day from our wholesalers, from guests calling in. So we'll work on some statements to show you guys, and I can have that submitted to Kahana. And I don't know if 3 months is enough. I hope to God it is, because nobody wants to be in the situation that we're in when you are no longer paying most of your employees and you have no cash reserves to survive almost, so it's just kind of a dire straight situation. So I would love to reconvene thereafter and see where we are.
Okay, Patricia, that's reasonable, and I don't think there's any hesitation on the part of the commissioners to revisit the situation. With regards to Cindy, she's not muted on our side, so she has to unmute on her side if she wants to add any information.
Yeah, I would love her to. I think she's the phone number on here. Hold on. Cindy, can you do it?
Okay, so we can't on this side, but
yeah,
I think you get the feel of the commission. I believe it's supportive, and we'll see what the final vote is of at least 3 months, and then we will reconvene and take a look at the financials that you're going to provide.
Chair, can I ask one more question?
Sure.
Yes.
I have a question.
Oh, sorry. I think Dennis was first.
Okay, Dennis.
Yeah, Patricia, Mayor Kawakami has approval from the governor to start this bubble program. Is DCI involved in the bubble program?
So we did receive some guidance for the bubble program. And I think the concept of it is great because it opens up to, when a lot of businesses, not just hotel owners, but a lot of businesses have been, stressing open up the economy. So I think the concept of that to do so is, it's targeted correctly. There wasn't a lot of guidance on the execution of the program, so we're participating in it, we're participants in it. Okay. It just hasn't really started, and also the bracelets have been ordered, but it takes about 2 months to get them, so that puts us in November. So we're missing our holiday season, which, as you guys know, summer and holidays is kind of the hot times for travel. So we are we signed up for the program. We're participating in it. We're just waiting for more guidance. There hasn't been a lot of information thereafter how to
Okay,
execute
thank you.
the program.
Okay, David, and then
Can you
Randy.
hear me?
Sorry,
Yes,
that
Cindy, I
that
hear
was
you.
Hello.
that was
You
my
can hear me.
question.
That was your
Oh,
question?
I just have, first of all, I just want to apologize to everyone. This is Cindy Bolton.
Okay.
And gosh, I've been battling with this phone. For some reason, I was muted. So I apologize. If there's anything I think I've listened to Patricia. She's done a good job, I think, articulating our position and what's happening at the Hilton Garden Inn. But if there's any questions that I can help to provide clarity to, again, I apologize for the inconvenience.
Okay, thank you, Cindy. I'll go to Randy next.
Yeah, I'm glad I figured out finally how to raise my hand. So I just want to say I totally get the deep financial crisis that our hotels are in, and so I do think that a 3-month deferral is warranted, and it's probably very likely we're going to have to revisit this issue again. But my question for the department is, I don't know if I missed something, but is there any proposal or any plan to recover the lease payments once we've expired our deferrals for the hotels?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. Yes, we're gonna, just like how you guys had approved back in April, there was a formula that we used based on the rent that we deferred. It's gonna be 4% applied to that, and then there's a term. We had it included a 3-year term for them to pay back. So with this being said, we gotta adjust that term with the added deferment, yeah?
Okay. Okay, thank you, Kahana.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions from commissioners? Okay. So we need to amend the submittal to reflect 3 months instead of 12. So we're open for commissioners to propose that.
I'll move, Chair. This is Russell.
No second.
Okay, Russell, and was anyone oppose the language to the amendment? Okay, seeing none, that motion carries. Let's go back to the original motion. Does anyone oppose the amended motion? The amended motion now. The original motion. Okay, seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you very, very much, Kahana and Agon, grateful.
Okay.
We are close to noon, so we're going to take about a 10-minute break and then come back into executive session. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gonna get prepared for Honokai'a.
C4, F4, then G1.
C4.
What?
What?
C4, F4, then G1.
We gotta make sure. We're back?
Back
Okay,
C4.
so we're back in session, online too, so next agenda item is C4.
Got it.
Stuart.
Aloha, good afternoon, Stuart Matsunaga, Acting Administrator, Land Development Division. C4 is actually, I guess, prepared by Deputy AG Kanakaole with Deputy as presenting, but if with your indulgence, I'll go ahead and read the motion. Mahalo. The Hawaiian Homes Commission approves the license to operate and maintain a non-potable stock water system pursuant to Honokai'a Ohana et al. Versus Masagatani et al. Affecting Honokai'a, Hawaii Island, tax map key 3-4-6-13, parcels 001 through 046, and also 477, parcel 5, and delegating to the chairman the authority to finalize terms and execute said license.
Okay, thank you very much, Stuart. We have a motion to consider staff recommendation.
So moved.
Second.
Got it? Okay.
Randy Ka'apu.
Any questions? Okay, seeing none.
Oh, yes.
All right, go ahead.
Stuart, you're not going to come back to us and ask us for more money ever again on this project, right?
Good one.
He was hoping to get away with that.
I cross my fingers and say we're doing all we can to keep to those costs. That being said, this area is very, I guess, hills and valleys. And so once we get the system aligned, there may be some challenges with the topography in order to most efficiently construct and operate the system. So I kind of leave that disclaimer to you, and I will leave it at that.
I go vote no on the next time you come.
That's a voice of experience speaking. So thank you, Stuart. Is there anyone, for real, is there anyone opposed to this motion? Okay, seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you for pitching in,
Okay.
Stuart. F4.
Excuse me, I took your place, acting deputy.
Aloha again, Commissioners. Kahana Albino, Acting Administrator, Land Management Division. Item number F4 is seeking Commission approval of annual renewal right of entry permits, Maui Island.
Motion to consider staff recommendation.
So moved.
For a second. Okay, we didn't hear a second.
I have a
Okay,
second.
Patty. Thank you, Patty.
You're welcome.
We have 3 rights of entries on the island of Maui, which is used by our community beneficiaries, our community groups. As you can see on item number Exhibit A, the groups are Waiahuli Hawaiian Homesteaders Association, Keokea Homesteaders Farm Lot Association, and Villages of Leali'i Association.
Questions, commissioners?
Chair, this is David.
Yes, David.
Kahana, that's all the ROEs we have.
That's all the ROEs we have. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there are no further questions, any commissioners opposed to the motion? Okay, seeing none, the motion is carried.
Wow.
Agenda item G1, planning, it's a workshop. Oh, it's a workshop and a decision? Okay.
Decision tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, workshop.
Aloha, good afternoon, Commissioners. Gigi Kyrell with the Planning Office. This is the informational workshop for G1 to reaffirm and authorize the department to borrow the funds from the U.S. Department of Agriculture for improvements to the Anahola and Ho'olehua water system. So basically, we're nearing the end of our negotiations with USDA on the USDA loan. The loan amount is $11.555 million total for both projects. This will help leverage over $16 million in federal grant funds. And this is to make improvements to the Anahola and Ho'olehua water systems. The loan terms are on page 4 and 5 of the submittal. We kind of covered that during exec session. And the one document we do want to make sure you folks are aware of is the loan security resolution. And those are the last 6 pages and the very back of the packet in the exhibit.
Any questions for Gigi or Andrew? This will come up as a decision-making item tomorrow morning. Okay. If not, thank you.
Okay.
Gigi, who's doing?
Thank you.
Two for information only, the memorandum of understanding agreement among DHHL, the Hawaii Housing Finance and Development Corporation, and the Natural Energy Laboratory of Hawaii Authority regarding allocation of water credits from the Ota Well development in North Kona, Hawaii Island, TMK 375001165. With me today, I have Dr. Jonathan Scheuer, who will be giving an overview of the memorandum of understanding agreement, as well as background information related to the agreement.
Aloha, my kako commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Okay, I'm going to do my best to turn on screen sharing and go to the front of a presentation. We will provide this presentation afterwards as well. Are you seeing that okay, Andrew and others?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so I'm going to talk about 5 topics related to this proposed memorandum of understanding. First of all, how it's related to your water policy plan goals. Secondly, what reservations are in Keauhou and in other areas. Third, on the previous attempt by the National Park Service to designate the Keauhou aquifer and how that led to a proposed review of permits by various entities, including DHHL. Fourth, how we sent out a comment letter and how we came up with a methodology for asking for water in that comment letter. And finally, I will go over the proposed MOA and MOU. I should only take about 10 minutes at the very most on this, probably much less. This first slide is a map of DHHL's different holdings and its different land use designations in the overall area. At the southern area in Kealakehe are DHHL's land holdings that would be provided water from this proposed well. This is a more close-up shot of the proposed designated land uses in the area. In the water policy plan, which was adopted by the Commission in 2014, there's 4 main goals and a series of secondary goals that the Commission set for implementation of the water policy plan overall. Goal 2, one of the 4 main goals, is that the department shall aggressively, proactively, consistently, and comprehensively advocate for the kuleana of the beneficiaries, the department, and the Hawaiian Homes Commission to Water before all relevant agencies and entities. And high up on the list of secondary goals is Goal 6, that we should seek to secure adequate and enforceable reservations of water for current and foreseeable future needs for all of our lands across Hawaii. So what are DHHL water reservations? They're given to us by the Commission on Water Resource Management, or CWRM, and are mostly governed by the State Water Code. Under Part 49D of the Water Code, in water management areas, the Water Commission can establish by rule reservations of water for our future use. In addition, unlike any other entity, public or private in the state of Hawaii, the Water Commission has an obligation to reserve water for us in all areas of the state under Section 101 of the Code, which is not by rulemaking, simply by commission action, Water Commission action. Finally, also when the state of Hawaii issues a water lease of state-controlled waters under the Board of Land and Natural Resources, Section 58G of Chapter 171 says a water reservation needs to be in place before the state can lease waters to a private entity. Once water is reserved, the Water Commission is not supposed to allocate that water to any other entity, but really to kapu it for our future use. But in practice, what does a water reservation actually mean? In water management areas, or WMAs, applicants for water are required to fill out a permit that goes to a public hearing. And one of the conditions that they have to respond to is describing how that permit will be not interfering with the rights of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. So in an area where we have a reservation of water, they have to show that their proposed withdrawal of water will not harm our reservation. In addition, the Water Code provides that all permits issued by the condition in a designated water management area are subject to the rights of DHHL for all 221 leases, all homesteading leases, whether or not that condition is explicitly stated in the permit. So in water management areas, reservations really allow us to go in even to an area theoretically where the water is all allocated to other parties and say, no, we actually need water for our homesteading purposes. In non-water management areas, however, what reservations mean are not as entirely clear. What is known is that the Commission says, well, if you have a reservation such as we have in Keaho, we will count that reservation towards the overall allocation of the sustainable yield of the aquifer if it's a reservation for groundwater. There are some other possible things that can happen with a reservation. One is that our reservation could be used as part of a condition on other permits issued by the Water Commission. It could be a condition used in the allocation of county credits for county water systems. And it also can be used as a condition when BLNR issues leases to water under Chapter 171. Now, why are we at the particular point we are with the proposed Ota well? Back in 2013, 7 years ago, the National Park Service petitioned to designate the Keaho Aquifer as a water management area because of their concerns with Maukna-Makai flow of groundwater in North Kona. On August 17th, partially as a result of the Park Service's actions, the Water Commission granted to DHHL its first reservation under Section 101 of the Water Code, a reservation for 3.398 million gallons a day for all of our future uses in this area, those southern lands that I showed you on the map before. On February 14th of 2017, the Water Commission rejected the designation petition of the National Park Service, but they placed certain conditions in place. And one of those conditions was that all well construction and pump installation permits would be referred to both the Ahamoku as well as DHHL, and special conditions could be placed on those permits, or if the applicants for the permits didn't agree to those special conditions, the permits could be referred to the Water Commission for full decision making. This map on the right-hand side of the screen shows where the Ota well is OTA is a family, it's not an acronym. It's a family that owned this property that has been pursued by the Hawaii Housing Finance and Development Corporation and the Natural Energy Laboratory of Hawaii, which both need water credits in this area, primarily for commercial uses of water, though some affordable housing for HHFDC. They published an environmental notice or environmental finding assessment finding of no significant impact in November 23rd of 2018. Approximately a month earlier, the Water Commission accepted their well construction and pump installation permit application for the OTA well, which set up a 90-day deadline for entities to comment on it. A comment request letter was sent to various parties, including the National Park Service, the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, as well as the Ahamoku. On December 20th, DHHL issued a comment letter, and we sought that the Water Commission either place conditions on this well permit or refer it to the Commission, the Water Commission, for full decision making. In that letter, and this is how we came up with the amount of water we asked for, we noted that the applicant was seeking approximately 2/3 of a million gallons per day. That represented about 2.7% of the unallocated sustainable yield in the aquifer. If you take that percentage and you apply it to the amount of water being sought, we sought a condition that that percentage of the proposed yield be given to DHHL in the form of county water credits if the well was dedicated to the county. That amounts to approximately 18,000 gallons per day or 30 water credits. Sorry, these are slightly out of order. Happily, NILHA, there's an H missing, I apologize. The Natural Energy Lab and HHFDC agreed with the proposed conditions that DHHL offered on the well. They're seeking to memorialize this in a memorandum of agreement or memorandum of understanding. It will provide us approximately 30 water credits. While this is a small number of water credits, it is a demonstration of actually turning reservations into wet water in this area that we particularly need it. The next steps for this authorization tomorrow in front of you is authorizing the chairman to execute the MOA. I will note that the National Park Service has additionally sought conditions placed on this, and we have heard unofficially that the Water Commission is expected to refer this permit to the full commission for decision making. And I'm happy to now conclude, allow Andrew to comment and answer any questions.
And commissioners, I just wanted to emphasize that through this agreement, the department will be getting wet water, water credits, 30 water credits at no cost to the department in terms of any financial contributions to the development of OTA well. So this is a really good precedent to set for the future in terms of actualizing DHHL's water reservation.
And we appreciate the other two state agencies that are part of the MOA's willingness to take this next step and turn a reservation actually into wet water. And I just want to ask Stuart to come up and just briefly, Stuart, can you talk about the number of credits that we are short of in Leopua for the next
Hello, commissioners. I believe we are short 25 water credits. So with the 30 that Andrew has procured, it'll help us with the full construction of Leopua Village 4, the Hema subdivision. So that we're getting prepared to bid that out about the end of this year. So this is integral and significant to us, to DHHL moving forward with this subdivision, which also happens to be USDA funded too. So I apologize that I didn't say that earlier, but we will be moving ahead on that now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Stuart.
Planning office has been really, really helpful this past few years in negotiating water agreements with the various counties. So it makes LDD job a lot easier moving forward.
Okay, thank you, Stuart. Thank you, Stuart. I just wanted to show that there was real life implications if we're successful in completing this. And I wanted to thank Andrew and Jonathan for all of your hard work in trying to, be creative and make things happen. And then finally, she's not in the room, but I do want to thank Joby for her perseverance in advocating for water resources for the department in the past. And this is a result of that. So, any questions for Andrew?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Dave.
I would like to thank and congratulate the department on getting these water credits. My only question is, I know that the Laopua Association has been trying to get the park. And one of the reasons for not completing the park is I think they were short 2 water credits. So having heard that there are 5 water credits left over, perhaps we can look at that in allowing the Laopua Association to go forward with their park planning. Thank you.
Commissioner, I think that is a good idea. We just need to confirm with the county how many water credits are needed for the park. If hopefully it will be 5 or fewer credits.
Yeah, I think we had 1 left or something. So my understanding the last time I spoke to them was we needed like 3, but if they have 1 and these are 2 more, maybe we can do it. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions from commissioners? The decision making is going to occur tomorrow morning, so thank you, Andrew. Okay, that concludes.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, John.
Oh, I'm
Thanks,
sorry.
Jonathan.
HSD, sorry.
Thank you.
So thank you. Okay, agenda item
D1.
D1.
Hello, commissioners. Do you have any questions on HSD reports?
Okay, that looks like no questions. Thank you. Juan? Or should there be questions tomorrow?
Yeah. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Okay, and commissioners, we have J agenda items. Do you have any questions towards those J agenda items? Some of them, I think staff is able to respond to. Others have been alluded to by Randy. Any questions on any of the J agenda items?
Yeah, Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Zachary.
So how are you responding to the J items? Are you emailing them, or how are you responding to their letters?
In the case of J11, we will be asking them for additional information and sort of proof of qualifications that they would be able to conduct a cultural resource management plan without damaging any known or unknown cultural sites. So it's not that we would not consider it. It's just that there has to be some assurance that there's someone who has the expertise that's available and seeing the plan and then approving of a plan before we can consider a right of entry. So
Yeah,
that will be communicated to them.
Okay, so what about there's another J agenda letter from Lico Wallace. So was there anyone responding to her letter?
Yeah, we'll be having staff work on that.
Would you guys be able to touch bases with me about that?
Sure, you can be included.
For Schneckenberg and Wallace.
Public testimony. Right?
Yeah, we'll definitely include you in the discussion.
Thank you,
Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, just for future on these, if I don't see any that that directly affect here in Kauai. But yeah, follow up with the commissioner for the island would be great. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure, sure. And a lot of it might be as simple as copying you on the response.
Yeah.
If it's a
Oh
simple
yeah, no, that'd be great.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
That,
Thank
that's
you.
all.
Somebody said something before that loud noise came on, so I'm not sure who that was. Was that? Oh, I see two hands, so let's do Mike first.
Thank you. Same along the same lines for me on the communications for J2 and J8, and I just wanted to just confirm maybe with Leah, the testimony I saw from Thursday or Friday didn't include some of these here. But I did receive a copy from the Maka'u Farmers Association. They sent it to me as an FYI, but yeah, just the email. I'd like to be included on the response and the communications.
Okay.
I haven't. Anyway, that's all. That's my request.
Okay, and they have just real quick on the request for assistance with telecommunications. You heard earlier the discussion about.
Oh yes, that one was with Miss Fernandez. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're in conversations with Hawaiian Tel.
Right.
To further their desire to have telecommunications services brought to them.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think Dave, you had your hand up next, and then Patty.
And Randy.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I would want to be copied on J6 there. I'm not quite sure what our plans are for the Coast Guard facility in Upolu. But this is not the first time that we're getting requests from either beneficiaries or others for caretaking. And then J7 was kind of interesting to me. I'm assuming that someone from the department is working with this Miss Mata on. So would this be one of those cases where the blood tests would be available if we can find someone that's related to her, or is this not a case where that would work?
I think. Okay, it's assigned to the applications branch right now, but I think her request was really, if they're unable to do that, would the commission accept affidavits? So it may be in the bucket that we talk about tomorrow in quantum that we could discuss in general this situation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Patty, and then Randy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I might have missed some of the executive session discussion, but I also would request a follow-up on J4, that item on Exhibit J4 regarding the Nanakuli illegal activity, if a follow-up can be provided.
We'll have to conduct an investigation and then see what the recommendations are. And
Okay,
then
thank
you'll
you.
be issued.
And thank you for excusing me through the executive session. I had to go to the doctors and get I have a torn Achilles on my left leg, so I'm in a boot right now. Thank you so much.
We hope you a speedy recovery.
Thank you.
Randy?
Okay, yeah. Thank you, William. So going through Maui's J agenda, item J1, it's my understanding that there's a process underway to respond to the question that's being asked under J1. So I'll just wait for that process to play out and get updated. And then we have several that has come in from Maui. Let me try to find them. And a lot of these questions are for the department to respond to. So I have, hold on for a second. Okay, so items J9, J10, let's see, J9, J10, J11, J12, and then we have one from Shannon Domingo, but it's not labeled with a number. So a lot of these questions are require department oversight and response. So I would just ask that I get updated on the department's responses to these beneficiaries, and that's all I have.
Okay, I appreciate that, Randy. Any other questions? Oh, I see Pauline's hand up. I think you're muted, Pauline.
I unmuted.
Oh, can you speak closer, Pauline, to the microphone? Hi, Pauline.
Can you hear me now? Oh, here.
Okay, there we go.
Sorry. I'll send you this.
You're really soft, Pauline. Can you speak closer to the mic?
Okay. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hold on. Okay. Can you hear me now?
No, I'm sorry. We still can't hear you.
Hey, wait, hold on.
No. She put on the earphones. It's not better.
Maybe your plug is off. Your earphone plug is not all the way in.
Pauline, can you unplug your earbuds and we try?
Take it off and put them back in.
Or just try without. Lean a little bit forward. Can you
Can you
okay.
hear me now?
Yeah.
Better.
Better. Oh, I took
Yes.
the earplugs off. Okay, I'll send you a list, Leah, of the Oahu ones that I want to get a response. Have a CC for. And then I just wanted to know what the status is of the Kalavahine homeless situation. I'm under the assumption that it's okay.
Post no parking signs. We're gonna fence off the area that they're congregating in. And one more thing. And yeah, and we're also including them in the process of the homeless sort of homeless sweep policies and procedures.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you. That's it.
You're welcome. Any other concerns? Okay. That brings us to the end of today's agenda. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Whoa, smiles on
So
everybody's
moved.
faces now, yeah?
Wait, Bill. Chair. Chair.
Go ahead. Zachary?
For tomorrow's meeting, how long is the meeting going to be?
Depends on how much questions you ask.
I know. I'm not going to ask too much questions. I'll go make it really short. I just was curious to see.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't. You see how Stuart was? Stuart was very non-committal. So
Yeah. Okay. I just asked that.
Not as long as today, I think.
Okay.
How's that?
All right, sounds good.
We have one announcement.
So we start tomorrow at 9:30, and item C7 will be emailed later on this afternoon. And we also have a bunch of public testimonies that came in this morning, so those will be forwarded by email as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Can somebody make a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I made a motion.
Oh,
Second.
Sorry, Pat.
You got a second.
It's
Sorry,
getting,
Pat.
Okay, does anybody opposed?
No.
Seeing none,
No.
meeting is adjourned.